Good day, everyone. Happy Friday, happy Friday. How are we feeling today on the best day of the week? I'm gonna go to the bakery after work. Don't make me jealous all the time. Oh man, now I want pastry. Get to start moving into my new apartment after work. Nice. It's super exciting, except for the whole turning in an unfinished project because the deadline was stupid. Oh. Yeah. Moving is super stressful if you have to do other things as well, like working or existing. Hey, Miss Spank, good morning. Thanks for the 42 months. Happy Friday to you as well. Man, my PC is not having a good day today. I don't know why. Earlier, I had like some black screens completely randomly as I started my PC. So let's hope that doesn't happen again. I'm just gonna hope for the best. As usual. Yeah, I'm Benjamin Button. I do get younger a year. Don't tell anyone. I took such a cute picture of Sunny. Look. Look how cute he is. Wait, I'll show you in the big screen. What a cutie pie. I tried to take pictures of both Sunny and Moon just kept walking around. I've cut, this is his tail. Or actually his ear, it's only his ear. And then so I got some pictures of Moon, but you know, Sunny is the picture cat. Moon is just you know, the support, moral support. I'll show you the picture I got from Moon. Give me a sec. And the pictures I got from Moon look like this. Sunny really is photogenic, yeah. Okay, so I got this picture of Moon. This one. This one. Then this one, of course. Very, very good picture of Moon. There as well. He's trying to photobomb the picture. Then we have this one. Actually, no, this is Sunny. There's Moon also over here. And I had this one as well. This is kind of cute. We get a decently cute picture of Moon as well. Look at him. What a big guy. Good morning, Sirkin. What's up? All right. Let's see if we can get some score. It could maybe join this. Who needs a priest? Man, I have a feeling it actually gets... Okay, hear me out here. I feel like it's slightly harder for me to get into keys than it was before. Because people still want to play Priest and Augevoker, Shadow Priest and Augevoker. And the third spot, I feel like there's more other classes now that are not mages that are around, you know? And I don't know, it's a struggle. It is a struggle. Dun, dun, dun. 28 Android, you don't need a priest for that, right? Certainly not. What's in that food? They grow like crazy? Yeah, Moon really is growing like super fast. Sunny not as fast. But maybe Moon is just eating all the food, you know? Look, Sunny definitely looks younger. Right? He's just smaller than him. He's just like his face is also like bigger. His head is bigger. He's got like a tiny little head. Maybe I'm also just imagining it. That is also just very possible. Hey Sally, what's up? How are you doing? Oh, they actually invited me to Underodd. Nice. No priest, let's go. We don't need that. Hey, Cake. No priest to flee the first pool. Why? What would the first pool? Why would the first pool require a priest?
These caves must lead to the legendary Uldir. The Titans constructed this facility after the fall of the Black Empire to run experiments on all manner of beasties. Who knows what secrets it contains? It may even have the answer to defeating the old gods.
Okay, the mage wants to leave. No. Man, I wanted to play this without a priest. Wow. Hey, Staffix. Can't believe my mage is leaving just because there's no priest. You have a point, Victor. You have a point. Well, I think it's not the only reason why he left, but it's for sure a reason. He said he's gonna do some work. He's gonna work for a bit, he said. But I feel like he would have stayed if I was a priest. He's gonna work on finding a group with a priest. Who even works Friday? Yeah, that's a good point. Who works that? Who works Fridays? All right, let's get innovate and nature's vigil. It is the same map as the week before. It is the same. Don't hold your breath. It's gonna stay the same forever. Yeah, that's just really good. I mean, Shaman is really good as well. Rogue is really good. Moonkin's good. Guys, I forgot to add hashtag advertisement on my Twitter post. Am I gonna go to jail? What do you think? I don't want to delete it. So I posted this on Twitter, right? So they're not paying me to do the advertisement. I just got free products from them. Like, they didn't tell me I have to post anything on Twitter. And I am saying that they ended up sending me cat food. Right? So I am stating that they sent me the food, right? So I am being I'm not like, you know, is that fine? It's probably fine, right? Like, I don't have to do hashtag ad when I say that they send me the food, right? Yeah, they said post something or talk about us a bit. Yeah, but they, like, it wasn't in a contract or anything, you know? They just said it on the phone. They're like, just do whatever you want, basically, is what they said. It's very clearly an ad. Yeah, it is. But yeah, I don't know. Should be fine. I don't know. I'm reporting it either way. I hope it's fine. I literally just forgot to put that. I would have done it, but I was trying to fit the tweet into the maximum amount of letters that you can put in a tweet if you don't have Twitter Blue, which is not a lot. So I had to like fix the sentences to be shorter and stuff. And then I forgot to add at the end. Oh well. If I go to jail, you know why. I think I don't need. Okay, so I don't really know. Like, each country has different regulations when it comes to advertisement stuff. Usually, if you type at, that's like the most clear cut thing that you can do. But I do think that if you're just disclosing that you're somehow like in a, you know, working together with the company, and you're like stating that either they pay you or that they send you stuff for free, then I think you don't have to write at, because it's literally implied, right? I think, but I'm not sure. I lost. Like, if I say, for example, obviously no one would type anything like this, but if I would type, let's say, Ferrari paid me to post this, if I would literally type that out like that, then I think I don't have to type at, because I'm literally stating that Ferrari paid me, right? So, and then I think you don't have to type that thing. So the same thing goes for, like, if somebody sent you products for free. So if I say Ferrari sent me this car for free, then it's implying that, you know, I got it for free. And therefore, I don't necessarily have to say at, I think. But I'm not sure. Well, you drive a Golf. I think legally Ferrari can't talk to you. Good point. Suffix, exactly. Ooh, and today's I'm not doing advertising for water drop today, yeah? But this water drop thing, like the capsule things, you're supposed to dissolve in like 400 to 600 milliliters of water. And these things that I have here are more than that. It's like 750.
4, 3,
And
2, 1.
today I am conducting an experiment. I put 2 micro drink things into this and an ice cube. And now I'm gonna test it. Okay, you can definitely taste it more. I think I prefer it if it's less intense. I still Yeah, I think I prefer only one. Okay, I take it back. My experiment failed. I think it's better when it's when you don't taste it as much. Shut up, Saddle. Guess we're waiting for Incarn to come back. Good morning, Vikatoria. What's up? A Ferrari suitcase. Aw. I'm sure Ferrari suitcases will be nice. It's supposed to get colder now, which is great. Today's still kind of hot. But apparently it's supposed to get colder from tomorrow onwards. And it's supposed to be raining the weekend, I think. Which kind of sucks because it was like super nice all week. But obviously people had to work and stuff. And then on a weekend, it's going to be raining. Yeah, it's still 31 degrees right now. Which... still hot. But yeah, the good thing is that it cools down in the evening quite a lot. During the night, it's only 16 degrees. And on Monday, oh my god. Wait, it's gonna get a lot colder. On Monday, it's supposed to be 13 degrees during the day. Dude, that's insane. So it's 31 degrees today. And on Monday, 13? And what? Okay, I didn't mean it to be that cold. Like, yeah, it sucks for it to be that warm, but like, calm down, man.
5, 4,
13 degrees. What the?
2, 1.
These caves must lead to the legendary Uldir. The Titans constructed this facility after the fall of the Black Empire to run experiments on all manner of beasties.
Zephyr.
It may even have the answer to defeating the old gods.
Warrior Mastery.
Oh, that was a dub. Oh. I don't have anything. But it's a maggot. 32 for the next whole week. Yeah. Good luck with that.
Shielded. Sacrifice.
I'm gonna save my beam for the bus.
Time for a sacrifice! Go on, Paul, I take you!
Come on, one smolder. Thank you. Jesus. I'll interrupt that. Oh. I will shut him out this.
War mastery.
Okay, we're fine. Nothing happens. I'm so glad that the paladin rests. So many times, my paladins don't rest. And it sucks because I always have aggro first. I don't know why, but Moonkin has like weird aggro things. Like if the tank dies, I'm almost always the one that gets aggro first. And then I have to kind of try to survive, right? Instead of resting. Like you need to kite or shadow melt or whatever it is that I have to do. Oh. Oh. Dude. I almost walked into that last second. Jesus. Yeah, I don't know why. Like, what do paladins need to rest? How does it work? Like, what does a holy paladin need to rest? Is it a holy power, or is it only mana? Just cast time. Oh. Well, if it's cast time only, then I don't understand why they are never resting, because that would make it so much easier for me. Should have just focused the boss here, I think. Instead of that, but it's okay. Oh, it's the tanks that need holy power. Yeah, that makes sense. Just like the guardian needs rage. Ooh, that is such a good breath for me. Oh, I love that. Insane.
Shielded.
Oh. Fuck. Why do I get fixed? Ugh. Did I die too? Oh, I got one tick. That was weird, actually. Because I did roar, like, I Inca roared the maggot, but then it looked like it turned around and still had one tick go off, right? It's kind of what it looked like. That was kind of weird. Hey, Mika, what's up? Oh, our tank is sent. That is just not good.
Sacrifice.
I didn't even know this can go in a tank when there's other eligible targets. The Lasher cast. I thought it would go on damage dealers and healer, not on tank. Nah, fuck. Can't believe this Lasher just one-shots me. It crit me, I guess. 12k overkill. Fuck. Oh, the priest left. What the hell? Oh, I guess we're done. No. Well, we tried. It is priest said that he dispelled the Lasher thing, but he didn't. He didn't dispel a single Lasher cast. That's weird. Cause the healer, the Holy Paladin was like, oh no, the Augavoker was priest, you can dispel that to the Lasher cast. And then the priest said, I already did one of them. Didn't have ready. Oh, I think the priest meant bursting. Maybe he didn't have a spect? No, wait, you always have disease dispel as a priest, right? You only have to... Or wait, is it disease dispel that you have to skill, or is it poison? No, poison you can't do at all. I guess you can only do disease. Yeah, I guess he meant bursting. Like, I guess he just didn't know that he can dispel a Lasher cast or something. And then he's the one quitting as well. Oh. Oh well. Happens. Like people don't know that the Lasher cast is either disease or a heal absorb. Like I understand that people don't know that it's a heal absorb, right? But how could you possibly not know that it's a disease? Like if you are a person that can dispel disease, doesn't your UI just by default show every disease? Like shouldn't that just be how everyone's UI is set up? I feel like if you're a person that can dispel, let's say, curse, then you should just see every curse on your UI, right? Like that would just make so much sense. And then you should just automatically see, oh, it's a curse, oh, I can dispel them. But yeah, the fact that you can out-heal it, that is something that not a lot of people know because it's not super obvious, I guess.
I have many, many wares.
It is true. Ogevokers and Shadow Priests don't have to know anything. They just get invited, but by pure existing. As long as they know how to press PI on the mage, they're good to go. Thank you so much for raid, Nomi. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. We tried our best. We tried our best. Can't win it all. You should know what dispel schools your class can dispel. Well, you should obviously know. I mean, I'm sure they know. Actually, I've met some Ogevokers that did not know that they can dispel poison. There's a bunch of Ogevokers that think that they can only cauterize. Cauterizing flames. They didn't know that they have an 8-second dispel that dispels poison. I did see Ogevokers that are not aware of that. On a scale from 1 to 10, how toxic do you think M plus world is from 25 plus? I don't think super high keys are toxic at all, or not. I don't want to say toxic at all, but I do think that the higher you go, the less toxic people are usually. Like if you do 27, 28 keys, 29 keys, people are generally less toxic. Doesn't mean that there's no toxic people at all, but generally speaking, this happens in every game. Like in every game that has some sort of rating system, usually the highest rated players are less toxic than the tier below, you know? Because one tier below the highest rated players, people always think that they're really good and it's just their team holding them back. While the highest rated players, they mainly focus on their own performance, and that's why they are the highest rated players, right? And the reason why the tier below the highest rated players is in the tier below is because they find flaws in other people instead of themselves, and then they're just kind of stuck there, you know? And that's why it's really toxic there, usually. Some people think it's toxic to call people out. It is toxic to call people out, depending on how you do it. Like, there's a difference, yeah? Calling someone out can be not toxic, or it can be toxic, depending on how you're saying it. But you have to bring up mistakes in order to improve? No, you don't necessarily have to do that. Like, for example, I'm going to give you a very good example. Let's say I die to the Crag mod charge. I'm just standing in it and it kills me. How is it going to help me if someone in my group says, well, Naguura died to the Crag mod charge? It's like, yeah, I know that. Thank you. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have... Like, if it's obvious what I died to and I have made a mistake clearly, then there's no reason for you to call it out, because I know, you know? It's not that I'm completely confused, like, oh, what happened? Oh. Thank you so much for telling me that I died to charge. I did it. I wasn't aware. that's why I'm saying it depends on what you're calling out and how you're calling it out. Like, if somebody is assigned to kick something and they don't kick it and you wipe, if you say, "You stupid fucking idiot, why didn't you kick?" That's a toxic way, right? If you say, "You were supposed to kick at blah, 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 what happened?" Then that's less toxic, right? Then you're just like asking and you're saying that it was their mistake. Thanks for 3 months, Sarang. What's up? What's up? Oh my god, it's a Rasta Druid. Oh, it's Vickman. Of course it's Vickman. Also, I personally never call out someone's mistake unless they are saying something or asking or typing something, because like, I don't get a benefit for calling them out. You know what I mean? Like, if you're in a pack group. If I'm in a pack group and somebody makes a mistake and they're not saying anything, like, what's the purpose of me typing in chat like, "Hey, you made a mistake, you should have done this"? Like, I'm not here to improve the other players' performances, you know? Like, I'm not getting paid anything to tell them what they did wrong. Either they know what they did wrong or they ask me to tell me what they did wrong. But if they don't say anything, they don't ask me, they don't want feedback, then I couldn't care less if they improve or not, right? So I'm not going to call them out, because why? You know? The only time I will call them out is if they are then being like weird, you know? Because sometimes people make mistakes and then they flame others for other mistakes because they're like deflecting, you know? It's like someone makes a mistake and then they're like, "Yeah, but you did this." And I'm just like, all right. I sometimes call out if they don't press defensives. That will help them as well. But you're like, yeah. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong necessarily. It might help them, but you're basically forcing your your suggestions on them when they didn't ask for it, you know? And some people might get offended by that, which in my opinion does make sense, because sometimes if you don't ask for help or don't ask for someone else's opinion, then, you know, like, sometimes I just don't want to be helped. Like, for example, sometimes I do a cooking stream, yeah? I'm doing a cooking stream and I'm cooking something, and then there will be people in chat, many people, that will be so kind to help me out by saying things like, "Oh, you need to add more salt," or "You need to do this," or "You need to do that." And I didn't ask for help. And they're just, you know, doing this thing where they're just doing this whole backseating thing. And then when I get annoyed by it and say, "Hey, guys, I didn't ask for, like, suggestions or help," then they get offended. Yeah, it's called backseating, yeah. Then they get offended because they have this excuse like, "Well, I'm just trying to help," you know? It's like, why do you get all upset? I was just trying to help. I'm just being a nice person. I'm just helping, you know? But nobody fucking asked for your help, you know? You're not just being gracious. It's a good response. Didn't ask. Yeah. But if you wipe to a boss, then I want to figure out what we could have done to live. And press defensives differently or use your healing trees a different way. Like, I'm not disagreeing with you, Storeman. Like, I think you're totally fine to call people out, but don't package it as if you're just being nice and helping them. You know what I'm saying? If you're calling somebody out, you're doing something that is not something that they ask for, and people are justified in maybe not being happy about it. Like, if you tell somebody, hey, you should have used the defensive differently here, and they're not responding in a super kind way, then you can't just pretend as if you did like a super nice thing and they're just being assholes. Because, you know, they didn't ask for it and you just like pushed it on them. That's what I'm saying, right? Now, I'm not saying that you can't do it, but I wouldn't be, I'm definitely not surprised that some people get upset about it, you know? But yeah, it also depends on how you say it, right? Because you could say something like, you could say, maybe we could have used our defensives differently here, or maybe we could have, like, if you're implying that it was a group's coordination mistake rather than a single person mistake, then it's already, like, you're not attacking one person, because that's obviously not ideal. So even though, like, let's say you think the evoker pressed their defensive strong, the AUG evoker. Instead of saying, hey, AUG evoker, you pressed your defensives horribly, you could say, I think we maybe could have spaced out our defenses properly, like as a team. And then it's already less aggressive, you know? It always just kind of depends on how you package it and how you say it. La, la, la. If someone ruins my key by not even knowing basic things about a dungeon, I'm not gonna be nice to someone. So you're toxic. I have this philosophy, yeah, that if you invite somebody to your key, that's your responsibility, and you can't blame anyone at that point because you made the decision to invite this player. That's how I think. Because people always say, oh, this person ruined my key and this person ruined my key and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but you invited them, you know? Like, if you want to time your key, then, I mean, either do better research around the players, see if they already timed the key numerous times or not. Maybe do it with a pre-made group, like invite friends or whatever, so you know that they know. Invite them into voice chat, you know? You can always post a Discord and explain the mechanics to them. But people always do their own key, invite some random people from LFG, don't go voice chat, and then are upset when they deplete it when you didn't even try your best to time your own key, right? If your key is that important to you that you will get upset if it's depleted, well, then you should also try your best to actually time it, right? Which most people don't do. Which is just such a weird logic to me. I personally couldn't care less about my own key. To me, my key is the same importance as anyone else's key. Because I just don't give a shit about my key. But some people have this like major importance attached to their own key. Where they're like, oh, we have to time my key because it's my key. And if that's the way you think, that's fine, right? But then you should also put the most effort you can into that key and make sure that you invite the correct players and go voice chat and maybe explain some things and whatever. Don't just like go in there with random people that you barely didn't look into, and then don't post a route, don't post anything, expect them to figure it all out themselves, and then are upset if it doesn't work out. I did have 28 Alderman yesterday, and 25 minutes into the key, my rogue had 1 kick. That is so weird. Because usually, if you invite an off-meta spec, usually I feel like they perform really well. So that's actually incredibly weird that a rogue would only have 1 kick 25 minutes into a key. I feel like the rogues that I play with usually do really well. Oh, he timed a 26 UR into a 27 Malfarus into a 28 Alderman. Okay, well. Oh, well. Hey, Element. I do some... Okay, there's one thing I see sometimes, though, which... It's kind of sad. Okay, sometimes I see off-meta specs. Okay, most of the time, off-meta performs pretty well if they have high score, right? If I meet a rogue or a fury warrior or a shaman or whatever that are like 3.5k score or higher, then usually they perform pretty well because they have a hard time getting there as an off-meta spec. But sometimes I see off-meta specs not using their utility that much. And I have this theory that it comes from this like, I think that if you play an off-meta spec, you feel this pressure to do a lot of damage to convince the people in your group that you're not as bad as they think, you know? Like, if you're a rogue or a shaman or whatever, and you get invited to a high group, and you're like, oh my god, I have to do so much damage so they see they don't need a mage, right? And I feel like that kind of pressure, that kind of mindset might make them press their utility a little bit less, because they feel like they have to, like, outperform everyone else by a mile to be considered, like, invited back or whatever. But then at the same time, it's a little bit counterproductive, because if I invite a rogue and or an enhancement shaman and they don't press their utility properly, then I feel like I don't care about your damage, but if you don't interrupt and you don't see shit, then I probably won't invite you back. The main reason why people don't interrupt, okay, I don't want to, this is just like a theory I have, right? But I think the major reason why people don't interrupt are 2 things. Number 1, their nameplates are shitty. Some people just have awful nameplates. Like, their nameplates are overlapping, you don't see the cast of the mobs, like, blah, 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 right? That's one of the reasons why people don't kick, I think. And the second reason why people don't kick is because they don't know what to kick. Like, they maybe just don't know the dungeons well enough. Sometimes you do a key and you don't know what to kick, so you just, you know, don't do it because you feel like it's not important or whatever. I feel like those are the 2 reasons why people don't kick. Because kicking doesn't cost you anything. It's not, like, you literally cannot be too lazy to kick. It's not a G City. It doesn't cost you anything. I don't think people don't kick on purpose. I feel like they just either, as I said, have shitty nameplates or don't have the knowledge. Default nameplates are horrible. Horrendous. dance with somebody. They don't kick on purpose to DPS, but you don't lose DPS from kicking. You don't lose a single point of damage for kicking. It's not a GCD. It makes no sense. I'll give you a good tip for kicking, by the way. I think on high key levels, people kind of understood this already, but on lower keys, I feel like people don't understand this very often. A lot of this, like when you're plugging a key without voice chat, you should never kick a cast at the very end of the cast unless you have to. There is some mobs where you have to kick at the end because otherwise you don't end up having enough kicks, right? But that's very rare. Almost all the time, you can kick early and it's fine. The thing is, if you wait until the last second to kick and the other person does as well, and the third person does too, then all of a sudden you have 3 kicks going into the same cast, right? If you kick immediately, then you're fine, right? Now, another person could also think, oh, I'm just going to kick immediately. But there's a little bit of a like priority list that you look at as an M+ player as in a non-coordinated group. For example, usually melee kicks have higher priority, okay? Like if I see that my rogue has a kick available and I'm a moonkin or I'm a mage or I'm a shadow priest, then I will not immediately kick the cast. I will see if the rogue kicks first, right? Because rogue's shorter cooldown kicks first, right? Now, if the rogue does not kick instantly or within the first like one to seconds, then I'll just kick. I'm not gonna wait until the last second if I'm a shadow priest or a mage. Now, if you're a moonkin, it's different again. Moonkin is very special because moonkin has a 1 minute CD, which is forever, okay? So moonkin, in my opinion, should only ever kick as a backup, which means the last millisecond. Even though I said earlier that you shouldn't do that, to kick it the last millisecond. But I think as a moonkin, you should do that as like one of the only classes that should, just because moonkin is a backup interrupt. It's not a assigned interrupt. It's not somebody, like I don't interrupt a lot of mobs every time. I literally just press it once per pack or once every 2 packs or whatever, right? So I am the backup interrupt. If I see everyone's kick is on cooldown, then I'll kick. If I see only one person's kick is available and they're not kicking because I don't know, they're doing other things or they forgot or they don't see it, then I kick, right? But I'm never gonna sit there and just kick a cast when everyone has their kick ready as a moonkin, unless there's like numerous mobs that I can interrupt, right? Like if you do a big pull somewhere, like in Androth, and you stack up all the Lashers and the Bloodswarmer and everything, well, then I'm going to Solar Beam, right? Because I'm obviously casting an AoE interrupt, right? But if I use my kick as a single target interrupt only, then you only ever use it as like a backup. And then you can do it last second. But yeah, if you're a melee, in my opinion, you should always just kick instantly. If you're, I don't know, a rogue or a tank or whatever, just press it, you know, then you have much less chances of your kicks overlapping if you just press it instantly instead of waiting for last second. Good morning, Galadriel, what's up? You can use mastery or haste, it's the same. Whatever you feel like. You can also sim it if you want. You just sim it with mastery, and then you sim it with haste, and then you look at the difference, I guess. I'm sure there's a command for it as well, like a paste, like a text thing that you can use, but just sim mastery and then sim haste, and then look at the difference. That's easier and faster. Yeah, Alexis. The new key scaling is very noticeable. Today I'll stream until like 6 p.m. Approximately, like 3 more hours. Because I have to do something. But sometimes I stream a bit longer depending on when I start streaming. Depending if there's something to do in the evening. Hi, Mr. Hawken, what's up? What are we gonna do when no one invites us, and when we get invited, we just split after 10 minutes? How am I supposed to play this way? Declined. Declined. Oh, man. Guess I'll see you at 27 Breckenhide, technically speaking. No, I didn't have an M+ team in season 1. I never have a team, really. Sometimes, like, I play with, like, a team for maybe, like, a week or a couple of days. I don't really ever have a team, like a team. Dude, somebody on my YouTube tried to claim that I am always playing with pre-made groups. So I'm like, actually, I'm tagging. And then he was like, well, your Radario says otherwise. I see the same tank pop up a lot of the times. And sometimes you even have the same evoker here and there. And it was just like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know that if I play with the same tank a few times, it's considered a pre-made group. Thanks for Prime, Cunny lol. Thank you very much. Yeah, I do play with the same people a lot, but it's because yeah, there's not that many people on Discord, so you'll end up playing with some of the same people, I guess. Once in a while, it happens. But if you look at my best keys, I don't even like. They're all different people, really. I mean, it's pretty obvious if you look at my score. I mean, the first keys I looked at, right? Like my best Naltharis run has these people here, right? Then my best Freehold, completely different people. My best Underat, again, very different people. Best Nelp. Oh, well, I guess that was too much to ask. I'm sorry. Guess you don't know what I've played in an elf. Man, does Radar not have the info from a month ago? Fine, Jesus. Calm down. Dude, my best run was 2 months ago. That's before Aug Evoker came out. Can you imagine? My best Brackenhide was before Aug Evoker came out. Oh. Oh, I played with Nomi there too. The druid we just did the Underad with. We just we had the best VP run there. But I didn't time one of the other keys with Nomi, so it doesn't count as pre-min. The one thing that I always find really funny, I feel like that has to be sexist. Like, I'm not a person that immediately calls out like sexism just because they talk shit about me, because they might just be talking shit about me as a person. It doesn't have to be because I'm a woman, right? But this one particular argument that people always bring that has to be sexism is when people say, oh, but you're playing with good players, like blah, blah, blah. And then they name a bunch of good players. So clearly I don't like deserve the thing. And then I'm like, okay, what? So what? Like, did he ever say that to Gingy? Like, do you ever go into Gingy's stream and say, hey, you only have so much score because we play with Now and Celia? Like, it's like, yeah, of course, good players play with good players. Like, what do you mean? Like, I don't understand. Sorry, am I supposed to play with really shitty players, and then that's when my score counts, and otherwise it doesn't? Like, yeah. There's so much up. Yeah, if I play with Shelle, then they say I'm carried. It's like, what do you mean? Like, who am I supposed to play with? Hey, Diamond Tier. Dude, I missed some of the BFA dungeons. Motherlode was a lot of fun. Motherlode was amazing. Gingy only wants you to be because of rotation bots. Good point. Oh my god, they have 2 DKs. Let's fucking go. It is secret gamer juice. It's actually a water drop that I'm sipping on. Don't tell anyone. I think we're seeing too much time between seasons. Game feels that. I actually wish they would increase the time between seasons. Like, I'm not... Like, it sounds weird, but... Like, there's this phenomenon. Thanks for Prime Brewkek. Thank you very much. I'm gonna... Like, let me explain this to you. The way I think it works, at least. So, I think whenever an expansion comes out, the player base goes up a lot for the new expansion. And then it drops rapidly until a new patch comes out. Then it goes up again a little bit. Then it drops again. New patch, drop again, right? This is kind of how like a curve looks when it comes to player base. Expansion is almost the most lucrative thing for Blizzard because so many people start playing with a new expansion. And then patches also make people play again, but it doesn't last forever. And then a new patch makes people play again as well. And I am under the impression that no matter how good a patch is, it will never retain players for a much longer time. So the difference between a good patch and a bad patch, in my opinion, the difference is not that insane. Because people get bored no matter how good it is, right? Even if you have the best expansion ever or the best patch ever, it will never look like the curve will never look like this. Never. It's just not gonna happen, okay? No matter how good it is. It will always go up and then it will go down. And I personally think that because this is the case, Blizzard is focusing a lot on creating new things. Like Blizzard is focusing a lot on releasing new expansions, releasing like patches. And they're already doing it as fast as they can because they know it's going to make them the most money, right? They know that this is making them the most money here. This part is not going to make them the most money, and this is not going to make them the most money, right? So they always focus on releasing patches and expansions as fast as possible. And in my opinion, that's kind of a bad thing because we get like shitty stuff that could just be better if they would take longer, you know? Like if they would increase the time here, yeah, they would lose more players, of course, because people would get bored because the curve just goes down the longer it takes for a new patch to come out. But then the new patch, in my opinion, would at least be better. Because this whole pushing content out as fast as they can makes them more money, yes, but it doesn't make better content. So I personally wish they would even last longer between patches. Because the fact that you lose motivation when a patch is out for a long time, that's just normal, you know? It's not because the game is bad or the game is dead or whatever. It's just because it happens with an MMO. You can't be interested in playing an MMO forever, right? Without any new patches or anything. That's just how it works. That's like a very natural thing. And I don't think it's a bad thing either. I don't think you have to be highly motivated to play World of Warcraft all day, every day, 365 days a week, a year. If you lose motivation at the end of a patch and you stop playing for a few weeks or a month, that's fine, you know? Like, I don't think that needs to change. I think it's totally okay to not be motivated to play for a little while. Hey, Paradox, thank you so much. Yeah, this season is obviously like super messed up with M+. It's super weird. If they earn a track record of making better content, they'll retain more players base over time and make more money. I disagree. I don't think that's true. And the reason why I think that is not true is because we had numerous times where I personally think that the end of the expansion is almost always better than the start of the next expansion from a gameplay perspective. Like almost every single expansion, the very end of it is the best because they fixed all of the issues that they had. They usually give you better catch-up mechanics. You have your class is more fun to play because you have more stats, more haste. Everything is quicker, feels better. The dungeons have all been fixed. The mechanics have been fixed. Your class feels better. You know, like the end of the expansion almost always feels better than the start, but it does not reflect in player base. Like the end of the expansion is almost always where there's the least amount of people that play the game. So if this is an expansion release, then it shoots up the player base like this, goes down, next patch, goes down, next patch. And this is going to be the end of the expansion, like down here somewhere. Even though the game, in my opinion, is the best here. But it doesn't help them. People don't care that the game is quote unquote better at the end because people just want new stuff. No matter what it is. People are being attracted by new things. Because they don't know if it's good or bad beforehand. Like, people are buying expansions before they know that it's good or not, right? So how would it even help them to make a better expansion? Like, I'm not saying that they purposely make an expansion bad. Obviously, that would be stupid. They obviously try their best with expansions, but I don't think that taking longer would make them more money. Because people are the way they are, where they just play a lot when something's new. My most controversial idea when it comes to World of Warcraft, I have a lot of controversial ideas. One of them being I want Titanforge to come back. I never, like, it's not that I talk about this every day or whatever, but I think Titanforge was good for the game. And people heavily disagree, which is fine, you know? But I think that people don't see how, I think people don't understand how gear acquisition or RNG in gear acquisition works. And they think without Titanforge that they're better off, when in my opinion, they're not. Because let me explain this. Okay, so I think that right now we have the illusion of less gear RNG. By gear RNG, I just mean how you acquire your gear, what kind of, like if it's warforging or not warforging, if it has leech or no leech, socket or no socket, if you get the item or not, right? Any kind of gear acquisition RNG. I think right now people have this quote unquote illusion that we have less RNG in gear acquisition than we had in Legion with Titanforge. And I don't think that is actually that true, because Blizzard always needs to maintain a certain amount of gear energy. Now, of course, we have this new gear system, which let's just ignore the gear system right now, because that one it makes it different. Okay, let's ignore the aspect crest and that. Okay. But if the way the gear acquisition was at the start of Dragonflight, that was a big selling point for the player base, where Blizzard said, hey guys, we are going to remove Warforging, Titan Forging. None of that is going to be a thing anymore. You're just going to get the item level and there's no RNG. And people were so happy about this. People were like, oh my God, that's awesome. There's no more... Like, people were always referring to Titan Forge as like casino and RNG and like blah, 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 right? Thank you so much for Prime, Ari. Thank you so much. But I think that Blizzard has to maintain a certain RNG factor to keep the players, let's call it addicted to like a character progression, right? Because the reason why people play World of Warcraft is character progression, right? Once you're done progressing your character, you lose motivation. Some people say that's not true, but it happens subconsciously. You might just not be aware of it, but it for sure happens. Like, once your character is fully geared and you cannot get a single upgrade anymore anywhere, then you lose motivation because you're done progressing. Like, yes, you can still, of course, progress in a raid. You can still progress and plus score or whatever. But a lot of people, like the majority of the player base, cares more about having something to strive for with their character, rather than getting something like score or progression in the raid. So that's why, because this is a fact, this is for sure true, that people lose motivation when they're fully geared. And that's why Blizzard knows this, of course. Blizzard knows that if you give players their good items too quickly, then they lose their motivation. That's why Blizzard has to maintain a certain amount of loot RNG that elongates the amount of time you need to get your best items, right? No matter what acquisition system they put into the game. And here's the thing. Right now, we don't have Warforged or Titan Forged, right? So if I get an item level, like if I do something that gives me item level 341, then that's it, right? And the chance of me looting this item is like, let's say, 5%, right? So here, the only loot RNG we have here with the system that we have right now is this drop chance, right? Plus, of course, we have the vault. And yeah, so you have the 5% drop chance of the item from the content that you're doing, plus the vault. And that is the RNG that makes up getting this item. Now, when we had Titan Forging, then there was an item that could have dropped, and it was either 341, or it could have been 356, and so on, right? Now, there was RNG to get the item, which was usually higher than this number, okay? So usually getting the item itself had a higher chance, like maybe you had a 15% chance to get the item, and then maybe like a 20% chance for it to Warforge once, a 10% chance to Warforge again, Titan Forge again, and like a 5% chance to Titan Forge all the way or whatever. Yeah, they were like different kinds of percentages, right? Plus vault, plus coins, and plus like yeah, no, that's it. All right. And now people think because of the RNG that is here that this was more RNG to get the item, which is not actually necessarily true. So the difference between these two systems is that in this system that we have right now, the chance of getting the item that you want is a lot lower. So for me to get this item, the chance is lower. But once I get the item, it's max item level, right? if I get it from the certain content I do. So there's no RNG for me to get the item higher, but I have a harder time acquiring the item. Now with Titanforge, it was pretty easy to get the item. Like you almost never heard people are not getting the item that they want. Almost always people got the item. It was a pretty high chance to just get the item itself. Now, the thing that was the most RNG was getting the item and Titanforge it, right? And the problem was that this whole Titan forging is too obvious. Like it's too in your face, right? Because if I loot an item and it's not Titan forged, then I immediately see that and immediately it makes me feel somewhat bad. Because yeah, I got the item. I'm happy about getting the item, but then I'm sad because it's not Titan forged, right? Well, with this system, the loot RNG lies in you actually getting the item, and that one is not as obvious. Because that loot RNG existed before as well, it was just higher. Like, the people don't notice the difference as much, even though it's for sure true that they lowered the chance of you getting the item, right? So all in all, this equals kind of the same thing. Like, it's not true that we have less loot RNG now. Again, we're ignoring the aspect thing, the crests, okay? Without the aspect crest. Like, it's not actually true that we have a lot less loot RNG now. It's just that the loot RNG lies in like a different part of the loot. So instead of there being RNG in getting the item level, there's RNG in you getting the item. The amount of times people don't have a certain trinket or a certain weapon or a certain whatever they need, people complain about this all of the time, right? Because they literally just don't get the item, right? While in Legion, the problem was, as I said, the problem wasn't getting the item. The problem was getting it on Titanforge, right? And people just felt bad if they didn't have their Titanforge items, even though just having the normal non-Titanforge item was already good. The Titanforge was just like an extra thing. If the dungeon has 15 items in the pool, how does Warforging / Titanforging not exist change that chance? Well, here's the thing. It's actually very interesting. They just removed it. So in fact, and plus, if we talk about dungeon loot is a lot worse now than it was with Titanforge, yeah? Like when we had, so right now, let's say the maximum and plus loot you can get at end of dungeon is 341, right? Now with Titanforge, the loot was 341, plus you had the chance of getting it at 3, whatever the max Titanforge is, right? Now it didn't happen very often, right? But M+ players for sure had the possibility to get higher item level this way than with the system we have right now. Like they didn't just include the Titanforge item level to M+ loot now. Like they're not saying, hey, you get 347 items. No. They just removed the Titanforge completely. They just literally just made it worse. Hey, Vitamin P, what's up? So people kind of, in my opinion, have the illusion that M+ loot is less RNG now and you don't need the Titanforge item anymore and blah, blah, blah. But the fact that you literally get worse loot in M+ now is also true, right? Because you cannot get 356 item level in M+. You just can't. It's impossible. Well, with Titanforge, you could. If the max item level with Titanforge was 356, then you could get that in M+. Now you cannot. Now, I understand that the Titanforge added some sort of like pressure. Well, not pressure, but it kind of gave people the sense that they need a certain item on Titanforge, right? And they felt like they're never finished. But the thing is, this almost always happens that people don't feel like they're finished, right? No, if you disregard item level, then M+ does not drop less loot now. M+ does drop the same amount of loot as with Titanforge. I think. Or did they lower that too? They might have lowered it, actually. Wait, I think they might have lowered it. Didn't we get more items in Legion? Like, here's the thing, that Blizzard also stealthily nerfs loot acquisition without it being super obvious too, you know? Like, here's the thing, right? Blizzard announces, hey, you know what? We're not going to have Warforged. We're not going to have Titanforge. We're not going to have anything. Loot is going to be completely off RNG, right? And then everyone's super happy. It's like, yay, let's go. We got no loot RNG. Woohoo. And then a month later, or like 2 weeks later, they say, oh, by the way, we're going to lower the amount of items you get from a boss from 6 to 5, right? Now, people are going to be upset about this for like a short time. And then they're going to forget about it. And then they say, oh, by the way, we're going to remove coins. No more coins, right? So now, over the course of like a bunch of weeks or a bunch of months, they lowered the chance of you getting items in numerous different ways without you seeing it all at once and not registering it properly, right? Like, they're sneakily doing this, right? They do these kind of changes because they're smart, right? Like, they understand if they announce the loot system and announce this simultaneously, then people will be upset, right? So they announce a good thing first, and then they sneakily announce these like smaller changes later, and they don't announce it all at once. They just like space it out, so people are not aware of it as much. But it certainly happens. Like, we get a lot less items now than we did in Legion. It's a huge difference, actually. In Legion, we were showered in items in Legion. But because of Titanforge, of course, the loot RNG lied in the item level of the item and not the acquisition of the item. And I personally prefer the loot RNG lying in the item level itself rather than the item acquisition. Because I personally think that I'd rather have the item. I'd rather have a higher chance getting the item that I want and then having some RNG in the item level of it, right? Now, people might disagree. This is just my personal opinion, right? But I'd rather get a good trinket that I really want, that is super good, and then have it on like item level 341 instead of 347. Like, I'd rather just have the item. The Titan forging itself, the thing that I hated about it the most was that Titanforge also works with like past season items. But I think that would easily be fixable by just not make those items Titanforge, right? Like, that was the biggest problem that I had with it. I don't want to go back and do season 1 raids to hopefully get a certain trinket on max Titanforge. Like, I think they should have removed that. As long as only the current season items Titanforge, then I would prefer that system. Not only because it would they could increase the chance of us getting the items themselves, but also because it would increase the incentive for me to play M+, and to not be completely bored by the loot system in M+. Because right now, if I do an M+, I sometimes don't even open the box because I know there's not a single thing I could possibly get from M+ that is an upgrade, right? Now, with Titanforge, most of the time, that was true as well. Like, most of the time, you did not get an upgrade from M+, even with Titanforging. But once in a blue moon, you got a certain item, and you just Titanforged all the way, and it gave you this, like... It was like quick excitement, you know? It's like, whoa, what the... You know, like, some random item Titanforged all the way up, and it was best in slot, you know? And I thought that was cool. I didn't play M Plus because of that reason. Like, it's not that I played M Plus because I wanted to farm Titanforge items, but whenever it happened, it kind of felt cool that you know, it just gave me a quick moment of excitement, and I was happy about it, you know? At least there was a chance of me getting an upgrade. So I do think that Titanforge was flawed in a few ways. It was definitely not a perfect system or anything, but I did prefer it over the system that we do have now, personally. Yeah, that is true, Vitamin P, yeah. Yeah, I'm not like the comparison that I just made was not regarding the current aspect system. Here's the thing, the aspect system that we have right now is too good, and I think they'll nerf it or even remove it. Because I don't think Blizzard is happy with how fast people got items this season. I don't think it's gonna stay this way. Because, yeah, people like it, but then at the same time, people also kind of lose motivation sooner as well. And I even saw people tweet about this. I even saw people tweet about character development being just like at a halt at some point and them losing motivation. Not saying that I would be one of those people. Like, I personally still play the game, even if I have best luck gear. Like, I don't care necessarily about it. But I do know that there's quite a few people that kind of lose motivation if there's no continuous character improvement or power increase or whatever from week to week. As an Plus player, I like that there are a few best slot items from Raid, but if there's a Bis Raid item and a Bis Raid Titanforge item, I just say screw that. Well, but see, people always complain about Titan forging, but the thing is, it wasn't actually that much of a difference from like mythic item level to max Titan forge item level. I think it was only 10 item level difference. Because another thing that is sneakily added, by the way, that people seem to like also forget is that we have different item levels in a raid now, yeah? Which is also nerfing the loot. Like, you have 441 on the first mythic boss. That's in plus item level. In the past, we had max item level from all mythic bosses. So they just nerfed loot everywhere. Now, you only get the only items that are super good are like from the last bosses, and the early bosses are kind of like, unless you need a certain item. But yeah, the difference between max mythic item level and Titanforge was not that high. I remember it was like 10 item levels, right? In case some people don't know how Titanforge works because it's so long ago. The way Titanforge worked is that they set a certain maximum item level for each season. Let's say it was, what is the max item level this time? 356? 457. All right, so let's say this is the max Titanforge. So the way it works is that everything that you looted, no matter the item level, had the chance to become this item level. So even if I did an LFR raid, I had the chance of getting that LFR item in this item level. But there was like an internal, like, we didn't really know how it works exactly. But basically, the more item level there was between your item that you got and the highest max item level, the lower the chance was of you getting that. So if my item that I loot is item level 350, then the chance of getting this is like, I don't know, 0.5%. But if my item that I loot is for 47, then the chance of getting this was like, I don't know, 5%, right? I'm just making up percentages. I don't actually know. But they was just basically, yeah, you had the chance of getting the highest always, but it was always much higher to get the highest item level, the less of a difference there was, right? And the way Mythic raid loot worked was there was 10 item levels below max. So every single raid item that you got from a raid was 447. Every single one, base item level. Which, if you think about it, is not actually much worse than what we get now. Because what item level do we get now? We have Kasara, 441. That's worse than non-Titan Forged. 441, again, worse than no Titan Forge at all in Legion. This is also worse than no Titan Forge. Again, worse than no Titan Forge. Worse than no Titan Forge. The only bosses where you get base Titan Forge level was Mangorax and Vigilant Steward, which again would just be the base, but you could get it higher. And then, of course, Echo and Sarkarath drop higher item level. And that's, you wouldn't have had in Legion. So in Legion, every boss would have dropped this item level, base. And then you had the chance of Titan Forging it to 457. Yeah, I'm always ignoring the aspect system. I'm always ignoring the crest system. So I'm not saying, again, I'm not saying that it wasn't RNG or that it was necessarily better or whatever, but I personally preferred it more because I felt like as a Mythic Raider, even if I didn't have a single Titan Forge item, even if I had full 47, no Titan Forge, then I was still good. Like, I was not unhappy about that, you know? Some people were super worried about the Titan Forging to get 457, but I personally was, you know, it's like, if I had full 47, that's already good. Because look at our item level now. I have 448 right now, right? I'm not necessarily, like, if Titan Forge existed, I might have the same item level or maybe even more. You know, like, it's not that you got less loot or that it was harder to get the loot. You just had more RNG on the actual item level Titan Forging, and that was it. And then there were some people who complained about the fact that people got Titan Forge from LFR. Like, I remember there was a screenshot where there was like an LFR player that had really low item level and they had like a trinket that was super good and they was max Titan Forge, right? Now, people are super, like, are complaining about that a lot. But how does that really matter? Like, does it really matter to me if someone gets a 457 Titan Forge item in an LFR when the rest of their items is horrible? You know, it's like, does that matter? I don't know. You're complaining 24/7? Do you even understand? I feel like sometimes people say that I'm complaining when I'm literally just talking. And not at any point in this conversation was I complaining. It's like, oh, a woman is speaking. She must be complaining. Like, I'm literally just talking. We're having a discussion. There's no complaining.
No.
You should return to real life, take a break from playing games for a while. That's such a good point. I should just stop working right now. You should stop working too. What are we even working for at this point? Like, we should all return to real life and stop making money and working, guys. Listen to Rayla Knox. I hate when people work all the time and try to make a living and such. They should return to real life. Gross. I love that. I mean, crests are definitely better than Titan forging in like it's less RNG, obviously. Like crests are by far the least RNG we ever had with upgrading gear. But as I said, there's absolutely no way Blizzard's gonna leave it like this, yeah? I would bet everything that the system is not gonna stay. Because they are, as I said, Blizzard needs to maintain a certain amount of loot RNG so people keep playing the game. And this system that we have right now is not enough RNG for people to keep playing. And I think they are either going to completely remove it or they nerf it a lot. Just said they like this. Well, they'll look at how many people are still playing World of Warcraft right now, and then they'll change their minds. Thing is, wouldn't it drive you insane to be 10 item level less than your Bisc gear after clearing Mythic multiple times? But you wouldn't be. Like, it's almost impossible. Like, back when Titan Forging was a thing, there wasn't a single player that had not a single Warforged or Titan Forged item as a Mythic Raider if all of your items were 447, like, base item level Mythic. And that just didn't happen. And even if that's true, even if for some reason you have full 447 and not a single 457 item, it wouldn't drive me insane because it would just increase. In fact, it would probably increase my motivation to raid, to do farm raids. Right now, I have absolutely zero motivation to do farm raids. Now, hear me out. I never liked farm raids, yeah? Farm raids, like once you're done with progression, I never liked them. But when Titan Forging was a thing, at least you still had some excitement of possibly getting a Titan Forged item. So it wasn't a complete waste of time. Nowadays, a farm raid is like the biggest waste of time of my life, and I fucking hate it. I'd rather wipe it in plus for 4 hours. Yeah, I'd rather run around in Vildraken for an hour than do a farm raid. Yeah, I do, just I do indeed. Yeah, we'll have to increase our DPH. This is not gonna work out. Thank you so much for the sub, Raylonox. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. It's not all about WoW. Instead of removing the system, a new one should be developed for hardcore players like you. For example, a separate category should be created for mythic raids and plus dungeons where you can compete and be rewarded. Achieving a first skill in a mythic raid doesn't hold the same significance to me as numerous nerfs follow. I can't enjoy that thrill. Customized improvements should be made for you and the game shouldn't be restricted. That's I think we had a discussion like this once as well, where I was suggesting, because I understand why the raids get nerfed, because the skill difference and the time investment between the world first guilds and like a top 1000 guild is insane, right? Like, it's not even, they don't even play the same game anymore at that point. So the bosses get nerfed multiple times, on top of the players, of course, also just getting stronger over time. And I personally think it would be cool if Blizzard would allow you to, like, turn off the nerfs if people want to try to do the boss in an unnerfed version. Now, I understand that that's a little bit of a problem depending on what the nerf is. Because sometimes Blizzard nerfs a boss not just by nerfing the HP or whatever, but sometimes they completely change an ability to work differently. And that's when I can understand that you would not be able to go back. But if they nerf the bosses by HP mainly and by damage output, then I feel like it would be somewhat easy to allow players to turn off the nerf. I feel like it would be super interesting if you could do the boss like in the hardcore pre-nerf version, and then you get, you wouldn't be able to get better items or anything, but maybe give you like some sort of achievements if you do it, you know? Because the thing about mythic raiding is that if you are a raid guild that raids less, like if you only raid, let's say 2 days a week, even if you're really good at the game, you will end up fighting bosses that are nerfed. Because you just don't play the game enough to finish the content before the nerfs hit, right? Because I've been raiding in a 2-day raiding guild, and every single time we ended up fights, like we never even saw the boss pre-nerf, right? Like, we never even attempted Sylvanas before it was nerfed, or the other bosses before it was nerfed, right? And we didn't have the opportunity to, or Jailer, you know? Like, I never pulled Jailer pre-nerf because I physically cannot reach the boss when I only raid twice a week, right? So I think that giving the guilds the opportunities to do the bosses pre-nerf somehow would be kind of cool if they want to. Now, I'm sure there wouldn't be that many guilds that even want to do it, but it would be like a cool thing, in my opinion, to let players try at least. Yeah, like an aura or something. Yeah, like just an aura they can turn off. The way they did it in ICC, right? In ICC, that's exactly how it works. You got like a 5% buff each week, and you could talk to an NPC and turn off the buff. I do think this is a little bit of a... Yeah, the problem is that 20-man raids are... Like, it's very difficult to convince 20 people to attempt a boss in a more difficult version for an achievement. I think this would only really work if they would simultaneously also make it a smaller raid size. Which kind of defeats the purpose, because a boss like Rastagath or whatever will always be different or easier with less people. But it would be a cool idea, in a sense. Now, obviously, if you can do Mythic Rastagath with 10 people, it's just gonna be infinitely easier, right? But Because, yeah, the problem is 20 people, convincing 20 people to do a difficult boss for no reason is kind of... Can't believe they're not inviting me. I want a fucking mage, apparently. Can you imagine? Who wants mages? Yeah, getting rid of the server lock. Oh, wait, do you mean server lock or do you mean ID? Because some people suggested to remove the ID for Mythic. The whole server lock, I don't think is that big of an issue. Or is it? Like, if you want to do Mythic raiding, you need to be in a guild anyway. Right? And I don't think you're gonna do much Mythic raiding if you're not in a Mythic raiding guild. Like, if you're pugging Mythic, I don't think you're gonna do much of that. So, unlocking cross-server Mythic, I don't think it's necessarily gonna help that much. Yeah, no ID in Mythic is gonna increase the selling of Mythic bosses, but I personally don't necessarily care that much about that. Or, like, do you? Because I understand that boosting exists in WoW. And I think boosting should never be something that hinders Blizzard to change something in favor of everyone that is not part of the boosting community, right? Like, if removing the Mythic ID is a benefit to everyone, except that there's going to be more boosting, then I think they should just do it. I don't want my game to be less enjoyable just because boosting exists, you know? But there's another downside of the Mythic ID being removed, and it's the importance of guilds and the importance of like a certain raid group. Like, for example, if I'm pugging Mythic and I find 19 other people to play Mythic with me, then people are less likely to just leave after a boss, right? Because they're locked to this ID. Now, it doesn't mean that people won't leave, but if you leave, you can't do anything else. You're done, right? So it kind of discourages people from leaving, which is kind of a good thing. Because the way heroic rates work right now in a pug environment is horrendous, right? Like, it's so incredibly bad how people are pugging heroic nowadays. Heroic pugs work like this. You find 30 people. You join the raid. You kill the first boss. 10 people leave. You invite 10 more people. 2 people leave. Before the boss even gets pulled. You invite 2 more people. You do a second boss. 15 people leave. It's like... It's crazy. Like, people... It's such a weird thing how pugging works nowadays. If IDs... Like, whenever an ID exists, then people are not leaving... It has nothing to do with a hostage situation, because if you sign up for a raid and you only have 10 minutes, then that's your fault. Like, it would just change the way... I mean, that's just how Mythic raiding works, right? If you sign up for a Mythic raid and you don't have like 2-3 hours or more, like, then you're just an idiot, right? But the thing is, if they would remove the ID from Mythic, then people would sign up for Mythic raids with only 10 minutes. It's like, oh, I have 10 minutes. Let's sign up for this Mythic raid and kill Kasara real quick, you know, and then leave. And that'd be kind of annoying for Mythic raiding. It would also give trials a higher incentive to leave, because they can leave midweek and join a different raid, stuff like that. Thank you so much for 10 months, Jump Float. Thank you very much. And thanks for 22 months, Desirestia. Thank you so much. Happy Friday, everyone. But Naguura also means you can get new people in for other bosses. Yeah, but you mean in a pack group? You can do that no matter what, yeah? Like, if I do a mythic raid right now, and I kill the first boss, and then one person leaves, I can invite someone else. I just can't invite somebody that already has an ID. But I can invite a person without an ID. Yeah, the person that you invite cannot kill the first boss after then. Yeah, that's how it works, yeah. Yeah, I'm not necessarily saying that I don't want mythic IDs to be gone, but I kind of understand why they're kind of holding on to it. I mean, yeah, mythic packs are not really a thing anyway. Well, they are a thing, but I guess it's kind of whatever. People would probably pay raiders to join their raid though a lot. Maybe, possibly. Like boosting and selling stuff would actually be for sure very different then. There would be a lot more boosting, a lot more like getting raiders to join your raid progression, stuff like that. But I mean it's already happening kinda, so whatever, I guess. All right, I'll be right back. And once I'm back, I will for sure get invited to a key. That's how it... I always say that, and it always works out. They want me? They need an evoker. How am I supposed to join this key? You want to play without evoker? I'd be up. Certainly. Certainly we don't need an evoker for 27 Brackenhide run. Wait. Wait, they actually invited me. Oh my god. Oh my god, I love playing without Aug Evoker. It's so much fun. I can't wait to see my tank die. Alright, let's do this. Dad, Jesus. Well, at least we're not gonna have an issue killing totems on the last boss. Well, that's good. Oh shit, I see that's a depleted key. What happened to the 28? Did you play that one without an Aug Evoker as well? Is that what happened? You see, this doesn't happen to me. 10 invites for 781 applications, 10.1. Okay, listen, you need an add-on. Like, people that say that they queued up for a key 780 times and only got invited 10 times, you're just not queuing for the correct keys then. Like, you cannot tell me that you only queued up for keys that can actually invite you. Like, you need a Wikara that shows you the composition of the people that are already in the group. Because let's say you play a Moonkin. If you sign up to a group that already has a Moonkin, and a Shadow Priest and they want an Archvoker, then of course they're not going to invite you, right? If you sign up to that key and you get declined, I mean, what else is supposed to happen, right? So you get an add-on like this, and then you sign up for the keys that can actually invite you. So you sign up to a key that already has an Archvoker, or that's... You basically need to understand that your spot is the mage spot, okay? So if a group has a mage and a priest, you can't queue up because they need an Archvoker, right? That's how you play the game in this patch, yeah? There's no reason to queue up for a key that is only missing one damage dealer and doesn't have an Archvoker. I just did that and I got invited, but that's because they specifically wanted to play without an Archvoker. This never happens. Like, yeah, this happened right now, but it's not like a normal thing that people get invited without and play without Archvoker, yeah. It's not a standard thing that happens. It's the 27th.
Mass barrier.
Man, I'm gonna look so bad next to this mage because the mage is gonna get PI. Ugh. Guys, I'm gonna look so bad. Ah, it's gonna be horrible. But in return, I get a mass barrier, so it's all worth it. And they're caning selects. You don't have to believe me. I don't believe you. Well, it's also possible that you just queued up for keys that you don't even have to score for either, right? Like, there's just no shot. I'm sorry, but I don't believe it. There's no shot you queued up for 781 keys, and you were a perfect eligible target for them to invite.
3, 2, 1.
And you only get invited 10 times out of those 781. Then you either queued up for keys that literally could invite you because they had, like, they needed an Archvoker or something. Or you queued up to a key level that is like if your highest key was, I don't know, a 20 and you queued up for a 25.
Who's stealing our meat?
More mastery.
Wait, I was what? This whole time I was like, where's the Breath of Ian's? Then I realized there's no Breath of Ian's. That's a fear. Oh, nice. Oh my god. The bursting, oh, that we almost extended that. Oh, that was so close. All right, nice, nice. And this Holy Palace is gonna age about 10 years. Probably. Maybe the tank too.
Meat thieves! Kill them. Ruin them
mass barrier.
Why is mass barrier so strong? Oh shit. I don't think we have to rest, do we? Maybe? Sorry. Oh my god, maybe we had to rest. Hey, Mister, thank you so much for 16 months. How are you doing? Pulling this into boss? Okay. Do I incarn this? Yes, I do.
Here, come for us, meat thieves. We rip you apart. What you waiting for? Bring us meat thieves.
So hot. I'm sweating. Remember, we have less interrupts
Mass barrier.
because I'm playing that class with the 1 minute interrupt. Oh shit. I'll rest.
Butcher and slice.
I'll heal this priest. Yeah, remember, we don't have an Auguevoker. All of the abilities are doing more damage to you.
Fix our meat. No, shall they never see it? Weak-minded meat. No, with fire. Fix our meat.
Alright. Guys,
More
frenzy?
mastery.
Oh, we didn't soak. That's a little bit of a problem. Oh, our paladin is dead. Shit!
Butcher and slice.
Oh, our priest is dead too. Oh no. This is a problem, guys. This is an issue. Hmm. Let's reset. Try again. I don't think we can kill the boss because I'm just gonna get shot down, right? Oh wait, I'm gonna be seat. Fuck. How is he still alive? Reset. Oh, thank God. Got balls right when I got bleeds. Yeah, yeah. Can't shut a melt when I'm deceived by the totem. Okay, we tried our best. It's not true that DPS warrior is trash for high. It's not true though. Like you're saying DPS warrior is trash for high and plus, but it's actually just not true. I mean, they're obviously not meta, right? Like they're obviously not part of the god comp. But warriors are very good. Look. Look at the score of these people. I'm not saying that, like, obviously the current meta is fucked up and people don't likely invite a warrior over a mage, right? But warrior is one of the best options to choose from if you don't want to invite a, like, if you don't want a mage or if you don't find a mage or whatever, right? Like, I mean, warrior is certainly not bad. I mean, and I am playing a Moonkin, right? Look, the highest scored Moonkin is 3578. That's lower than the warrior by quite a lot. The highest warrior is 100 score higher than the highest Moonkin, right? So to say that warrior is bad is unfair to say, honestly. I don't think that's true. But I mean, like, I understand obviously that you have a hard time getting invited. I mean, I am getting declined 24/7 as well. To say that I just have an easy time getting invited is just wrong. Like, I'm literally more than half my stream is just being AFK in Valdrakken, yeah? I don't fucking get invited to anything. I mean, I just get invited to keys once in a while when people are like, oh, well, let's play a key without an Augevoker, you know? It's like when you're just memeing stuff or when they really can't find a mage with that score. But I'm pretty sure you would get invited to those keys as well, right? Shit, I don't have a port. Yeah, hunters certainly have it harder than warriors or moonkins, that's for sure. But I mean, any DPS class has it hard right now, if you're not one of the three. I mean, warrior utility, I don't think it's that bad considering how good spell reflect is on certain dungeons. Like in certain dungeons, spell reflect is so strong. And then of course rallying cry is also nice. AP shot, no one really needs that in the current comp, of course. But you do have like a stun and a melee kick. It's, you know, like you don't have insane utility, of course, but some dungeons is really nice. 9 high keys, it's not a problem though, yeah? Like if you play a high key, no one gives a shit that you're a warrior if it's afflicted. Like, why would you care that your warrior cannot dispel afflicted when your healer can dispel it, your shadow priest can dispel it, and your Augevoker can dispel it? You don't need a warrior to dispel it. Even a tank can dispel it. So I don't think people care about you being a warrior when it's afflicted. At least I don't see why they would. And in Corporal, it's the same thing. Shadow Priest can CC them all by himself. And if the Shadow Priest only CCs one, then you still have an Augevoker that can CC it. Paladin can CC it as well, technically, yeah? So yeah, I mean, I don't think the affix thing is that big of an issue. At least on high keys. I understand that on lower keys, people want to invite as much dispellers as possible to make sure it works out, and as much disease as possible. But on high keys, most of the time, I don't even pick up the spells sometimes if it's afflicted, if I'm in a pre-made group, you know? If I'm pugging, then I will for sure pick up the spell. But if I would be in a pre-made group, I would even just say, hey, can I just not pick up the spell? Because we have so many dispellers, you know? I don't want to have 5 people dispelling. Alright, let's see. Okay. Well, I don't know how we kill the last boss, but let's give it a try, I guess. Yes, I did Ultima without a priest. What do you mean? Like, what key level did they do without a priest? But yeah, I keep saying that priest is not as important as people think, like their utility. Like, I understand in some dungeons, their utility is really, really good, like Breckenhide, right? Like House.
2, 1.
No, obviously, right? But in some keys, people invite Shadow Priest, and it is so, like, not needed. Like, Null Flare. Why do you need a priest for Null Flare? It's like, yeah, there's some mobs you can skip. Well, skip them differently, you know? You don't need Mind Suit for that. It's like, they don't even have self-detection. You can just... You can invis-pod, you can distract them somehow, you can pull them away. Like, I don't know, just be a little bit creative, you know? It was like, oh, impossible without a priest. Fucking possible.
Shielded.
Or Neltharis. There's not even anything you skip in Neltharis. There's not a single reason why you need a priest for Neltharis. It is bursting week, but bursting is not that... People played bursting without priests all of the time. Like, bursting, the affix bursting exists for a long time already. And people didn't always play priests whenever it was bursting. People did just fine without a priest. And now all of a sudden it's mandatory. I can't do bursting without a priest.
Ruin them. Destroy them.
Like, I understand it's obviously nice, but you don't need it. Keep getting shot. Ooh, nice trinket, Brock.
Shielded.
We had it. Well, that sucks. But yeah, I think the damage is already done at this point with the priest thing. Like, I think no matter how many things they nerf and change regarding priests, utility and stuff, people will still just play with priests because like, it's true that we are more than halfway through the season already, yeah? And people don't want to learn something different, which is totally understandable. It's like they played with priests the whole season long. The strategies developed around having priests. People are not willing to change their route and change their strategy and change the way on how they play the dungeons. Because why make it hard on yourself when you just don't have to do that, you know? It's just like the damage has already been done, you know? Even if there's a different comp that is much... I don't want to say much better, but let's say there would be a different comp that is better than, like, playing with a priest. There's no one that would even figure it out. Because, like, people are just not gonna try. Usually the start of the season is where people try out different things, right? That's where people try out different comps, different classes, different routes, different strategies. Because that's where no one knows what's best. But people are not doing that mid-season. People are not gonna sit there and gear different characters and level different alts and try different things. No, why? Like, they're not gonna fucking do that. Even if there is something that is better.
Here,
No one's gonna do that.
thieves. We rip you apart. What you waiting for? Bring us meat thieves. Butcher and slice. Hack you to pieces.
Man, I'm so worried about the last boss in this dungeon.
Our meat.
How are we supposed to kill the last boss, guys? Can I revoke her respect to devastation or something?
Fix our meat.
After the second boss? Maybe? Ooh, that earth bolt. Another one on the priest. We need to interrupt. Yikes.
Butcher and slice.
Oh, and the fixer is also the priest. This poor priest, literally getting everything.
Hack you to pieces.
And still alive.
Shielded.
What a hero.
Rip out the bone. No! Shut up! Never see it coming!
We're not timing anything at the moment. We will see.
Butcher and
The priest getting fixated again. Oh my goodness.
hack you to pieces! Didn't cut deep enough. No! Shut them down!
Nice. I can't click this guy. There we go. Unfortunately, I don't have a proc here. Yeah, I do now. We're fine.
Shielded.
Look at the guardian damage. Man, this oak tree has a lot of HP here, huh? That is never gonna die. I have 3 stacks. 4. I was scared. I don't think I needed a health pot, but I was scared. Woo!
Shielded.
Look at these trees just randomly standing still. So weird. God, it's so hard to get dots on everything on this pool. There's just so many mobs. I should have saved my pull star here, I think.
Shielded.
I didn't really have damage for this breath. Unfortunately. Somebody will probably have to interrupt this breath. He's gonna cast it one more time. Maybe finish it off before I cast breath. Oh! Okay, it only hit the evoker. And that one, the evoker is actually death. So it's fine.
Sacrifice.
Hey Moses, thank you so much for 5 months. What's up? Shit, I think I should have priest getting all of the jumps from these oak trees. And lashers. Nice.
Shielded.
Wait, is there a cat somewhere? Oh, why are we posting cat emotes? In tree mode. Is it... Okay, this is a random question, yeah, but... Is it getting super dark super quickly for you as well? Like... One moment it's like... Middle of the day? Basically? And then the next moment is like pitch black. I don't fucking know why. But it's very awkward. Or maybe I'm just imagining it. I don't fucking know. It is weird though. Chat is having oh, I'm sorry I interrupted your moment. I'm very sorry. Shit, I just barely don't have my income ready. Fuck.
Shielded.
Oh, do you always have to melt this guy now because of Mind's Tooth, or how does it work? I probably should be melting. Oh no, he has a Wernstone. Or he might be in cooldown actually, because he used it on a boss. Oh no, he does have the Wernstone. I didn't know this other patrol walks that far down. What?
So easy when prey come to me. Watch your feet.
Shielded.
Come, cubs, feeding time. Run free, cubs.
Are we just lusting here, I guess?
Love the sound of track snaps.
Or do we want to hold it? We lust now, we get it again for last boss?
Gotcha is most painful.
Sorry, I can't type. While playing the game, apparently.
Rip them apart, beast. Gotcha is most painful way to die. Run free, cubs. Watch your feet.
Evoker doesn't understand what we're talking about. Maybe just hold it. I mean, we're wasting a lust if we don't send. At this point, I guess we just play one more lust and that's it. Whatever, I guess.
Watch your feet. No, I raised her from cub. You killed the hunt leader. Clever meat.
I mean, we have way more than enough time, but that's not the problem. The problem is being able to kill the last boss.
Strike my sound.
Not the time that we have.
Shielded.
I have CDs here, I guess I'm just sending. Should I drop one of these collars? Can they actually walk in? Oh, there we go.
Everything rots away in the end. I control decay. I claim everything. I will wither this world and eat its bones.
This collar. I'll just beam it.
Shielded.
Hey Tilos, thank you so much for 79 months. How are you doing? Alright, good luck, have fun.
Your corpses will spread the rats.
I don't have breath or PI, but that's fine because I have Incarn in 3 seconds. So technically speaking, we should be able to kill this with only Incarn. I have a full moon for next.
Rot and die. Choke and wither.
Next totem is gonna be a bit bad, but we still have.
Shielded.
This totem's very bad for me. Just gonna go lunar eclipse and hope for the best. Alright, we're fun. Nice, nice. Next one I have full moon. But that eclipse timing. God, this eclipse timing! It's just so bad. Okay, I'm holding this full star. Fuck it.
Choke and wither. Rot and die. This power obeys me.
Warrior mastery.
It's not gonna die. Fuck.
Choke and wither.
Hmm. It's Bad, because we're gonna have to save up for 2 totems now. I'm gonna pot for this and hope for the best. Ooh, we have PI, that might actually save us here. If we have a big defensive, that would be nice for the decaying strike.
Zephyr.
Nice. Woof, okay, recovered. Let's go. I have Incarn for next.
Shielded.
And wither! Power obeys me!
Full Moon is such a long cast, man. We can just do boss now, right? Nice. Huge. Big gamers.
The rot will come for you, and
I guess we missed a pack somewhere.
your withered bones, your homes, everything.
This is not enough. We need to do something else. Missing 1 count.
Shielded.
Yeah,
Zephyr.
that's enough. Finish up this raw texture. And the tiny ones. Nice. Yeah, easy for us. Dude, I was really worried about the last boss one. I mean, we did have 1 totem go off, but... Nice, nice. 14 points, that's so many. Huge. I had a 26 before. Maserati Prime. I never even thought about that, but that makes so... That is actually pretty funny, yeah. What's the 29 they got? Oh, now flare. And technically, we could do that. They want to play it. Oh, they all have to leave, alright. Oh. Alright. Well, that was nice. Better dork. I'm gonna be right back 1 second. And then we can do one more key or so, and then I'll have to leave as well. But we can see if I get invited to one more. Be right back 1 second. All right. I gave the cat some food. They're loving it. Maybe they'll let me again. Yeah, I was okay because I'm reading the End Chronicles. It's a great book. Oh, there's a 3.6k mage that queued up. Oh no, they must be regretting the invite now. Oh no no no. This is such a great picture. I just saw that now. This picture. Looking Sunny just sitting on top of the chair. Yeah, whenever he walks up there, I'm super scared that he's like freaking out and then like jumps down with his, like claws in my shoulder or something.
My scouts report flocks of giant, diseased bats overtaking them in the skies around the fiery mountain. See if you can find out where they're coming from.
Alright, what are we doing here? This is not enough, right? Yeah. Ah, shit. Alright. Let's do it. Wait, do I got to dispel? I can. Don't think we need vigil or innovate. Whatever. Vigil is... I don't think Vigil is good at all. It heals so little, and... whenever you play high keys, I always feel like that... either you get a lot of healing, or you die. Like, this little bit of Vigil healing is almost never gonna save you. It's gonna be such a rare situation that Vigil would actually save you. Because you need to get healed from like 10% to 100 or something most of the time. On the bigger damage events. And the Vigil is gonna contribute so little that it most of the time doesn't matter. And healers are usually overhealing a lot anyway, because they have to use big heals to heal people up. And most of those heals that they use are more than your max HP at that point. And then the Vigil was like kind of wasted anyway. The only time the most useful is when it's like the third boss in Halls of Infusion or something where you permanently take damage. Then it increases the value of something like Vigil. But even then, it's like... it's just not that much. Sunny came to chill. He's gonna take a nap under the desk. I personally like the idea of the class tree for druids because it mainly consists of utility. And I like when the class tree is just utility options. But like some of the positions of the talents are just kind of weird. Like I think Dispel, for example, is in a weird spot where you have to take Rejuve and Swiftment, which is a completely wasted... like it's just a complete waste for anyone but a Resto Druid, right? Because what does a Guardian Druid do with Rejuve and Swiftment? Even a Moonkin can't really do much with Rejuve and Swiftment because it heals so little, and it's 3 GCDs. That's true, Sun. Yeah, that is true. Not having Starfall is really annoying. All right, 29. Let's do it. How hard can it be?
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hurry, friends. Every moment we
Yeah, I don't mind certain abilities to be in the tree as like a baseline thing.
ancient lair. There is still power.
Like, for example, I don't mind that Eclipse is like the first point, right? Because It's just there. Whatever. But yeah, something like Starfall or something that is like super basic. Oh shit, our tank to see it. Oh, that's annoying. Oh shit. Fuck.
Bob.
Oh my god, I can't believe I survived that. I got breathed on by the lurker. And somehow lived. We don't have a master spell right now. Holy Jesus. I still have 15 seconds left on my cooldown. I don't think I've ever seen a Shadow Priest do so much damage on his first pull.
Into abilities they should not possess. No doubt it
That's
has something
crazy.
to do with the latent power
Shadow
still
Priest, a
moving
big
within these
blaster.
blocks.
Hey, Frank.
Cannot control the
Just like you, yeah, I believe you.
destroy High Mountain, not conquer it.
Either way, I will enjoy every moment of it. Rockmora.
Oh, we only got 2 skitters. Interesting. Oh, I dropped a bit low considering that we had Zephyr.
Shielded.
Okay, we have Breath of Ian, so I don't need Bark Skin. I'll Bark Skin this. Okay, I have Incarn soon. I will full moon this.
Warrior Mastery.
Okay, we have Aura. Nice. Yeah, I think if I don't have anything, I have to go Bear Form. Which is crazy because 29 and before Augmenvoker existed, I had to Bear Form already in a 27. Not just on a 29 without anything. Ooh, that was a bit sketch when we did it. Okay, nice.
Zephyr.
Okay, Zephyr again.
Shielded.
We have Breath of Ian's shield. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, I guess we can commit. Maybe? Yeah, yeah. Huh? At this point, we're committing. Alright.
They know we're coming now.
Talents that literally spell,
Forces occupied.
spell does X% more has no reason to exist when you can just take that spell baseline and make it do more.
I'll hold them here and join you downriver.
I mean, I think you do need some filler
My
talents.
own path and rejoin you on the other side.
I don't think every single talent has to be
Under
super
kings and
meaningful.
slaves to dig at the bones of my father. He does not know the powers he meddles with.
Because, I don't know, like, I feel like some random filler talents are not, like, a big problem.
Fighting, you're not eating.
It's just weird if you have filler talents that are kind of out of the way and are necessary to take. You know what I mean? Like, if there's some random talent that gives me, like, 5% more damage, and it's kind of, like, in a weird position, and I have to take it, then that's weird. Like, I don't like that. Because then it very much hinders what you can do with your talents.
Shielded.
If it's something that is in your path anyway, like something that you take no matter what, as that spec, then I guess it's not that big of a deal in my opinion. As long as you don't have too many of those talents that are just filler. Thank you so much for 2 months, Envy. Thank you very much.
Zephyr.
What the fuck is this drummer doing? Is he gonna stack with the others, or is he just gonna stand there? There we go. There's so much pushing going on.
Shielded.
Thanks for Prime Hopstop. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're gonna skip the Pelter pack, which might be a little bit difficult to not pull during the boss fight. We'll see how it works out. I'm just gonna drop this because
Zephyr.
I'm just gonna drop that on the tank. I don't think a double stone bolt on a tank is nice. And use the tank a Hulk as well. Wait. Oof. The dots do so much damage. We have Lust and we have PI and Breath, but I don't have Incarn. It's always the problem with 3-minute cooldowns. Very annoying. To make sure we're not stacking up with the hands here. And we're not standing in the middle.
Go ahead and run!
Shielded.
It will change nothing. Go ahead and run! It will change nothing.
Yeah, I can't press Incarn here.
My mountain itself rises against
I'm gonna have to
you.
save it.
Zephyr.
You will never wield the power of Khazgarat.
I hope the tank is gonna look. I assume they do. This one? Okay. Okay, what do I do now? I think I'm holding my Incarn for PI and Breath. I mean, I don't necessarily have to hold it. It's gonna last into my Incarn anyway. I'm gonna send now, and then we should put PI
Itself rises against
and Breath during my cooldowns. It's coming up now. Yeah, we're fine, we're fine. We can push the boss here,
Shielded.
I think.
My mountain itself rises against you.
Maybe not. Nah. Oh shit.
My mountain will be your tomb.
Maybe you could have pushed if I had Incarn on pull with PI and Breath. Which one? This one? Okay. Need to be careful about the hand that is gonna spawn immediately as the boss comes up. Thanks for 39, Kinar. What's up? What's up? Happy Friday. Priest is very much OP. I mean, this priest specifically just did so much damage. On the first pull, I guess, is... Like, in the first pull, the priest did like 1.2 million DPS, which is the same as I did. And then you have to consider that I got PI from the priest, right? But this is the first priest I saw doing that much damage on the first pull. Priests usually do a lot of AoE damage, but... But this priest is a big pumper. Just gonna vortex this guy.
Zephyr. Shielded.
I'm just gonna incarn here because I might get it back for the boss if I use it here. Like a boss pull, I mean. Would be nice. Oh, shit. So okay, probably release. Spawn right there. Yeah. Yep, priest got PI from the priest, but
Mother of word.
like it's like saying I get incarn. Like
If we complete this summoning, our passage
the PI from the damage that I get from PI is basically the priest's damage.
Neuraxis will feast on your
Right? Just like my incarn buff is my damage. And you know what I mean? The fact that the priest gets PI is irrelevant. Because that's just their personal cooldown. But the damage that I get from PI is same as their damage, basically. Yeah?
Zephyr.
Which means if you look at the first pull, I did like 1.2 million DPS. The priest has 1.2 million DPS, and I probably got like 300k DPS from PI, something like that. 200k, I don't know. No matter how much it was, it means that the priest did a lot more damage than me, realistically. Yeah.
Yes. Wait, no! Ah!
I can word. Oh shit. Yeah, my plan actually worked out, but we don't have PI or... Okay, maybe my plan didn't work out after all. Now I will have Incarn for the boss, but they don't have breath or PI. Oh, fucking 3-minute cooldowns, man. So annoying. I guess I'm holding my Incarn for PI and breath. I'll bait the front. Ah, fuck it, I'm sending. Nice.
Cauterizing flame.
Oh, we didn't hit the front guy? Yeah.
Shielded.
Nice. Hit them both. And that means they die for sure.
Zephyr. Shielded.
Oh, nice. Big dam.
I am sorry, heroes. It appears the
Okay,
treasure
now
seems to be found on the other.
the most dangerous thing is gonna be the last boss. We'll see if we can do that.
Darren believed you were prophesized to seize my hammer. Pathetic. Let them come. Witness the fate of those who stand.
Okay, so we're playing one Dominator, and then we play Trapper and Breakers.
The power of a titan. I am sorry, heroes. I must leave you now.
Vinkarn?
Know this. I have witnessed your deeds with pride, and I am sure you will not fail High Mountain in this final hour.
Should just pull first before we MC, so we get a little bit of initial aggro at least. I guess.
Rip them apart!
Zephyr.
Ow!
Rip them apart!
War Master.
Shielded.
Nice. Watch this Trapper. I won't have Incarn on full. Maybe, yeah, maybe. It would be really nice if you get Incarn on full, because then I have it for the et that needs to die fast, because that takes around 3 minutes.
I will break this world asunder
Oh,
before I let you take my hammer.
that was a bit close.
Will gnaw on your
Oh, we spawned it up. That's fine though for the first one, I guess. We can do one more pillar, it's fine.
will gnaw on your bones.
Shielded.
Perfect. One more crystal.
And will gnaw on your bones. The might of
one.
Kasparoth flows through me. The mountain
Zephyr.
will gnaw on your bones.
It's a bit far. Maybe it's fine.
Hear thieves and roars.
Nice.
My command. The mountain will gnaw on your bones.
Don't spawn the next crystal on top. When is it? Ah, we're fine. Man, this boss just hurts.
Mountain will gnaw on your bones. The might of
one.
Kasparoth flows through me. The mountain will gnaw on your bones.
This is not where we only get one, right? This is where we get two still? Oh no. Well, I don't have much for this, unfortunately.
Hear
Good luck, have fun.
and roars at my command.
Warrior Master.
The mountain will gnaw on your bones.
It would have been fine. We would have gotten one more anyway. Pretty sure we got one more crystal.
Zephyr.
The mountain will
Yeah,
gnaw
there it
on
is.
your bones.
2,
Oh shit.
1.
Oh my god. Oh, that was scared. Okay, now we commit. Nice. We're doing it, guys. We're doing it. It's happening. Ah, weird. I thought I usually get my income back up if I use it on full there.
Will gnaw on your bones.
Maybe I just imagined that? I don't fucking know. Thankfully, the other people were blasting that guy, because I didn't even have a pulsar proc. I was doing pretty shitty damage to this one.
I was chosen. The hammer never chose you, Dark Lord.
Nice.
It's
GG's.
a wielder who possesses true strength, and you were found lacking.
I feel like I just got carried by this Shadow Priest.
Dead and the hammer reclaimed. The Drogbar are broken. Now begins the long task of reuniting our tribes. But balance has returned to High Mountain. The
Did he need the bracers?
King Darkroll is broken, and High Mountain has you to thank, heroes. Now there are other family matters that require my attention. Farewell. I hope when next we meet it is under more peaceful circumstances.
Oh, he got a 30 underots. Oh, nice. I guess for an underrot, for a 30 underrot, they probably want to go with a mage. They carried my Moonkin ass through a 28 Brackenhide already and a 29 Elflair. Let's fucking go. Remember that Shadow Priest got nerfed twice? Uh-huh. Alright, the tank has to go anyway. So they're not playing the 30. What's this? Guys, have you ever heard of this before? Have you ever heard of this thing before? It's called guard.io. I'm a bit confused. Okay. It's a lightweight extension designed to help you browse quickly and securely. Will clean your browser, speed it up, and protect your private information. How? How are they securing the information? Technology. It's effectively combat emerging threats from everyone. Security solution should value the user needs and have minimal impact on society. I don't understand. Is it just like filtering out sketchy websites and stuff? Yeah, I don't understand. Yeah, it's a bunch of buzzwords. Yeah, I mean, trying to understand what it does, but there's so much text and no real explanation, I feel like. By cross-referencing information across the many sources available, they're able to stay one step ahead of criminal actors by uncovering and flagging their business models. So, as far as I understand, it just filters out certain... But how? Like, on Google or what? Like, if I Google something and there's a bad website, it just doesn't show up or what? I don't understand. Some methods used to include client-side deep learning models in order to detect visual elements in fraudulent websites and provide immediate information without compromising privacy. I don't get it. Interesting. Business. I know. I know about this one. Yeah, Bambo. I'm ready to lose you. Alright, guys. I'm gonna have to leave for today. Oh my god, we actually got so much scores today. It's crazy. Can't believe we got score. 3,550. Incredible. But now I'm gonna be gone over the weekend because I don't play Saturday, Sunday. And when I come back, everyone's gonna be 3.7 score. And no one's gonna invite me anymore. But yeah, thank you so much for watching, guys. I'm gonna leave for today because I have to go somewhere. I appreciate you as always. A little quick shout out to Pet Alpine again. Man, I feel like, dude, I got reverse psychology by this company. Thanks to 31 months of Envo. Dude, I honestly think I got reverse Uno carded by this company. Because they seemed so genuine. And they didn't tell me what I should be doing. You know, sometimes when you go to like a festival or whatever, and you get things for free, but for like but you can give money as much as you want. Like it's not mandatory to pay. You can just get it for free. But it would be nice if you know, give something. And I feel like this company did this to me. Because they were so nice. And then they were like immediately like, oh, I know you. We grew up in the same town. Like, oh, cool. I like what you did with streaming. It's amazing. Blah, blah, blah. And they're like, they lulled me in with this talk. And then they're like, you know what? You can do whatever you want. You can advertise however you want. And I feel like now I'm advertising more for them, even though they're not paying me anything other than the free food, than I would do for like a sponsor that pays a lot, you know? Just because they said I can do whatever I want. And now I feel bad if I don't like talk about them, you know? A lot. I was reverse psychology. I'm being played here. But yeah, at this point I already started talking about them, so I'm talking about this company that is from South Tyrol where I live, and they're called Pet Alpine. And they make cat food and dog food. And it's pretty high quality. I used their food before I was getting it, but like I basically contacted them because I was already using their food. And then I saw that it's a South Tyrolean brand, and I figured I might as well just, you know, message them, see if there's anything we can do. And then they were like, yeah. And they sent me a lot of food. They sent me so much food. It's gonna last these cats for a year or something. So anyway, they sent me this food. And they said I should just make as much advertisements as I want. So here it goes. The website looks like this. Wait, does this link not work? Oh, it does. Okay. You can order. They don't deliver to America, but they deliver to a bunch of European countries, not to all. And it's very nice. There's very few ingredients, so they don't have like a bunch of like nonsense in their food, you know? And a very high percentage of just meat. And obviously everything that cats and dogs need. And it's very nice. My cats love it a lot. They're big fans. And if you want to buy something, then you should use this code because then you get 10% off. All right? It's called Naguura 10. Lowercase letters. It's a good company. They're giving you all the power in this. That's amazing to see a company. Yeah, that's why I'm so happy about this, because I feel like they are so genuinely nice, you know? Like, they're not saying you have to do this and you have to post there and do this and whatever. They just said, you know what? Do whatever you want. They didn't even want to give me this code either. I just asked them for it. He literally said to me, I will send you food for your cats and you do whatever you want. Like, that is literally what he said. And then I was like, like, do you want like me to do like a giveaway? Like, do you want me to have a code? Like, what the hell? And then he's like, oh, a code. Yeah, I could do a code. Yeah, I can send you a code. I can do that. It's like, okay, nice. And then this link here, it's a Naguura link, right? But they didn't give me this link. Mugen made it. One of my viewers told me that if you write a link like this, then they can track how many people clicked on it, right? So today I messaged them. I was like, hey guys, thank you so much for the cat food. So in case you don't know, I use this link here, and then I post this Naguura link. So you can track, you know, how many people click on it. Just like, you know, like telling them how this works, I guess. That's good. Anyway, you're the first sponsorship. I thought so as well, but they did have some other people that seemed to be sponsored posts on Facebook. I saw some people that posted about their food, and it felt like it was sponsored posts. Maybe that's just how they do it, you know? Maybe they just send people food and they just let them do whatever they want, you know? I mean, it works because I'm making a lot of advertisement for them. So it does work. But yeah, anyway, guys, I'll leave for today. I hope you have an awesome weekend. Have a good time. Only do fun things. And relax and play video games and, you know, the good stuff. Oh yeah, it's there's this whole hardcore thing right now. That's why there's so many WoW viewers. I see. Huh, is there any Plus players that are not doing hardcore stuff? Let's see. Let's host Roy Ben. They're timing a 30 freehold right now. They have 6 minutes left for just Harlan Suite. Certainly they can do it in 6 minutes, right? Yeah, that's actually super good. Oh my god, they're so fast. You don't need 6 minutes for this boss. They can time a 31. They can time a TGP key. Well, to be fair, the TGP 31 happened before the key nurse went live, so. But yeah, they're super, super fast. Well, the cats are sleeping. I'm not gonna wake them for you, word to her. Unless you stop, then I will wake them. Just kidding. Oh, she's doing a Call of Dragon promotion. Call of Dragon was a lot of fun. I think that was a cool game. I mean, it's not a game I would play just like that. But I thought it was super cute. If you like these kind of mobile games. I really, really love the design of Call of Dragons. It's super, super cute. Big, big fan. But yeah, have fun watching Roy Ben. I'll see you guys on Monday, okay? Have a nice weekend. Bye!